morning, Quimpsby. How you doing? Good to see you at the break of stream start. You must be up early. Sleepy. Fair. I had a rough middle of the night myself because I got a stomach ache from my dinner last night. Well, I didn't really get a stomach ache, but it did like make me feel bad, and then I ended up having a really fucked up dream that very distressing. Working on an album review that you want to do. Cool. What's the album? I've probably not heard of it, but I'm curious. While you type up your reply to me, last we left off, we finished off the last of the investigations portion. It's called The Now Now and the Never by a band called What Is Your Name? I see. I was right, I have not heard of this. I saw the phrase The Now Now and my first thought was, oh, gorillas. But I was incorrect. Hard to explain without going on a yap, but it's a nostalgia bait shoegaze album. Fascinating. Well, let's get into it, because it's Saturday. It's also... When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. That's right, Susato has to ship her butt back to Japan to visit her ailing father. So she won't be with us in court this time. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. "17th April, 9:32 a.m., the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber." Oh yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause today's the last Saturday of October. 'Cause when's the 31st? What day is it on? It's on the Friday. Yeah, I was just thinking about it. Gina. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So, where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress. Sato, or however you say it. I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are ya? Well, no, but I'm sure I'll manage. Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day. One day, perhaps in 2 weeks when I start the next game in the duology. Even so, but Eugenia, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Who said this? Oh, it's Waggy! Waggy said it.
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep?
Wow, with my little plush in my hands, we look like twins.
Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend's in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Meow.
Oh, Andy's gone.
Waggy!
Great way to show your support, kitty. Should have put him on a harness. Oh, let him have a nose around. What harm can it do?
Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news?
How about the worst news? What's that?
What do you say, Bruno? Ginny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. I'll always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad.
Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities.
Let's not go there. Sorry, I did just eat dinner. We had roast, beef silverside with mashed potatoes. I peeled the potatoes.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
Huh? The bad news was a weather report? Oh, therefore the good news should be actually great.
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train the train isn't delayed on its way to port.
Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news?
Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon.
Oh, It just occurred to me that you can actually read the London news. I'm just looking at it. It says pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. You don't get headlines like that anymore.
So even if the train's delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it?
I couldn't give 'em monkeys, really. If only all good news cancelled out the bad.
And look! This trial's made the headlines too!
Oh, thanks Iris.
Pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder, see?
How do you like that? Well, let 'em say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry. Bruno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense.
I will?
And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Yes. Let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? Well...
It's like she was still here. Sometimes I hear her voice on the wind. And in the distance, I'm not dead! We can look at today's paper. If we wanted to.
Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can.
Huh?
Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I have a big old bazooka! I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... maybe it's because it's aimed right at my face. Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you.
Oh, yeah, Iris. Yes, Diddy?
Well, I was wondering is all about Shums. Did they fix him up all right?
Yes. The operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come round yet.
Oh, really? Well, we know now, thanks to that one cutscene from last week, that he is proper faking it this time.
Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san, no Mr. Shums. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Oh, hold on. I gotta do my thing. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defence. The trial's about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. Platform 10 arriving. Platform 10.
It's time then.
Yes. Let's go, Gina. Iris.
Lead the way, Runo.
Oh. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. "10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." Oh, I spotted some old faces. I don't mean in age. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh boy. I forgot. I need to attempt my counter-baritone. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Kind of warbled a bit on that one. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. There we go, I'm getting it. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government.
Really?
Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGillard, who you defended against the Reaper. Who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome. Those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese. Sir, how... I don't know, this sounds like a personal thing, really, like... Who hurt you, Van Zeeks? Who hurt you, man? That you decided, well... I guess I'm going this way. What? Did he really just say that? He did.
He means you...
Fuck. Oh, that got me super good.
He means you now, Runa.
I actually managed to work that one out too. Thank you, Iris. Fuck me. Oh god. Total betrayal? Sorry. What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeeks' eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? It's that fallacy of... What's it? It's one of them logical fallacies. And I forget which one it is. But I think Van Zeeks has had a rough experience with one particular person, and he's using that to be a jerk sweepingly. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Ah, yes, at random. Out of a pool of... what, 20 people? Oh, I forgot about juror number 6 for this case. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Who the hell are you? Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. Oh boy. I don't understand it. I kind of left it in there. It's not possible, but could I have? Sir? Dr. Surgeon, sir? You can't be dressed as a surgeon and say, I'm pretty sure I didn't leave it back in there, but I could have. That's terrifying.
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Unfortunately, it did stop. But also, this guy looks like freaking... This guy looks so much like Aokiji Kuzan from One Piece. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
But also, I love his little mouse. His little mouse friend. He's so cute. Is something wrong, Runa?
Not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know?
So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Winderbank. Fuck. I forgot that was his name! Ah! Shit! I'm being sent left and right. Proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. What? You know, if you look at bone structure, that bullet hole is actually... I'm pretty sure that's where the, freaking shoulder blade sits. And the heart is, like, closer to here than it is the left side of the chest. Although people did genuine... People... I think even now, there are still people in the world who believe that the heart is in, like, the left side of the chest and not, like, in the center below the breastbone. Or behind the breastbone. Anyway. Maybe that's just a me thing. It is technically historically accurate. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? Well, if I'm remembering my Ace Attorney investigations, case 1-3, the captive turnabout? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Or from someone who was crouching. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh! The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Instant death due to single bullet wound from back. From back? No other signs of trauma. Photograph. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the excuse me. To this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the accused. No windows, huh? It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway?
Well, she's one of those filthy drabs that lived in the slums in the East End.
Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell.
We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Huh? Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses.
Good gracious.
I'll say. After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse or cold-hearted killer. Some people get to be both, lucky bastards. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. And the revolver. Signs of its single discharge. This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runo.
I think that's because it has. Oh, the cape's off already. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on 16th of April of this year. I forgot how they looked. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie.
Unfortunately, this is not enough reason for me to ring the baddie alert.
Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's, same as him.
Tobias Gregston, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call
the three Skulkin brothers.
I forgot all about this. What are you looking at me like that for?
Don't
Don't lump me in with you lot. God blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you. The very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. I'm so tempted. I shouldn't. I need to resist the temptation of doing a Liverpudlian accent. So we decided there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya Fruit. Big bruv sulky. Oh, come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky skulkin'? And that's before he's run out of chips. And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you're doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Ah, thieves are they, these three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say... What an extraordinary coincidence! I don't know about that. Ow. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. You make them sound like they're married. Please don't do that. Mrs. Skulkin is the... Not a lot of people have forgotten that that's the plural for Mr. and Mr. You will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Happy! 'Cause a skulkin's never skulkin'. I want happy slices. Get out of it. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gaff's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, God blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet. Sir, how are you doing that with your pupils? What happened to your eyelids? Maybe I don't want to ask that kind of question. I think that would just open up a whole can of worms that I'm not prepared to dissect. I should write that down. Put that in my lexicon. I'm not prepared to dissect that can of worms. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes.
What's the matter, Reno?
Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Well, before anything else, let's have a look at everything we picked up. So we have gun. I can't find anything out of place. But wood. This is Mr. Winterbank's gun. The cylinder's completely empty.
Mr. Winterbank always used to keep his gun to hand on his shop counter.
Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand.
That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe.
Not so much that, but but his one bullet was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Oh, oops. Nope. All the same. Okay. Floor plan, which looks just about the photograph. Autopsy report. Coroner Dr. Stevens. Hey, reporting party. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Instant death from postero-anterior bullet wound to heart. Somehow. Bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory.
Pawnbroker perishes and pick-pass plunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean.
I mean, it's also terrible for Mr. Winterbank. Let's not forget that. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver as Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger.
Bigger? How?
Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial. Perhaps.
Protects planet?
Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great.
Oh, oops. Silly me. What's on the back? Ooh, what's this?
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Sorry. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Runo?
No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
There we go. Today's paper updated. I don't think there's anything else on the other side. Builder's case notes. Let's have a portfolio. That's everything else. You was walking down Baker Street in small hours and the gaff's door just happened to be ajar, did it? The front door of Winterbanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Oh, it must have been about 1. Right, Ringo? Oh, yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture. Perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. You're right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of bad sign. Oops, some kind of sign. Begging for us to go in, it was. What do you mean? What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Ringo? Oh, they do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. No, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside.
They're not very good liars, are they?
Well, you can't deny it. He led us to a bloke what looks just like our bruv. I should cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. Sorry, I was taking a sip. But once we got inside, we heard a gunshot from the back room. A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I could swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. Yeah, but
We know that that bullet was meant for himself. Really. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. Actually, that does lead me to think, like... Because... Whenever someone had a complaint, he was very quick to be like... I I wonder if it was like a weird, like, intimidation tactic. To keep people from being too, like, keep the complaints down, I guess. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as a murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused.
Excuse me.
Wonderful. Door locked from inside. You mean, do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help.
All right. No need to be so patronizing.
Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all.
That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door?
Eh?
Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Oh, well,
Your turn to rabbit, Ringo.
no, I'm the rabbit. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh?
Well, at least he admits it. Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways upon hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. Or the secret third option. You freeze, like a deer in headlights. Or the secret fourth option, faint. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former.
All right.
Somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. Oh, really? Tell us about that.
You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story?
Well, it was bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me like Lucy lockets.
His pockets. For those not up on the... Oh, thank you, Ryunosuke. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say?
Oh, that's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out me Lucy lockets. You said that already.
So you'd clearly like us to believe...
Hey, come again.
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Ah! Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? Yes! Yes, it was!
It was.
Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun! And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes.
They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumour he'd been rushed to hospital.
The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale.
Mom, I'm hungry.
On the night in question, this pair was arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession.
Gasp!
Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it.
Gasp!
Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Ooh, what's that? Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, Counsel. Gasp. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Skulkin Brothers' gun. Makes me think of a flintlock, but I could be wrong. I'm not up on my breeds of gun.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend,
Yes.
here's to you successfully presenting the evidence.
Huh?
For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence. I am the evidence. Thank you, Judge Gavell, because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not.
He's right, you know.
If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Winterbanks that night. We have evidence of such. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Presentation papers. This portfolio of blood samples. Because we have a picture. Haha, there it is.
Take that!
Take that! The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, Counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains.
Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you.
Hold on. There was a Bobby that was looking at it first. Well, anyway. We analysed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? What has it got inside its pockets?
Take that!
What's that? Explain. It's a calendar, sir. It's a photographic print taken at Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Mm-hmm.
Is that...
Yes. A bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged in there. It is. Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Winterbank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The calendar stopped on the 16th.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Ah! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zieks?
I need a drink first. I need to be sloshed for this one, I think. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection.
Oh, thank you.
What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes.
Yes, your hallowed chalice, one of 2,000 in your crate. Under the desk.
Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
Hey! Well, take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. Soup. Ooh, apple soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight.
Well, I have nothing to add.
So he knew, did he? Van Zieks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes.
It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude.
Oh.
What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zieks?
As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim.
Yeah.
Ah! In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winterbank at all.
Ah, so that's it. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we didn't. That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder.
Quite catalogue, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv.
Oh my god. I can't believe it took me this long to realize that these two are supposed to be... You've got one short red guy and one tall guy in green. Gee, I wonder who they're supposed to resemble. I did not pick that up on my first playthrough. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What's that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Oh, sorry. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief was to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Kind of. I mean, half an hour is, when you think about it, a really big really big gap in time. Gap. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question.
Oh, that's so many of them.
As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. Sorry. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
Heh, that's a bit of friar tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulkin'.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just gone 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
Well, shit. Good lord. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. Damn it, Gina.
As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured gun in hand facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. I don't believe it. Jenny!
In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Winterbank.
Dead. I say, my lord. Who's this?
I say, my lord. What if I might put in a word at this point?
Why are your cheeks so red, sir? Have you had its tipple?
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. I took a barely bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maywan in 1880, don't you know?
Yes, you did mention that before, too.
Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly.
Yes, you mentioned this before.
Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. Here I am now leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. Okay.
I need a sip, too.
And the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir.
What? No! It's too soon!
Status report for the court, men. On the double.
His lordship insists on promptitude at all times. And that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I can reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there, I just wouldn't. Well, in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Sir, that is still terrifying. Please stop saying that. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. Please stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. Fuck! That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Jenny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. Sir, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Sorry. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. The jury's contentions. Oh yeah, I didn't get into it because we kind of blew past it, but the juror number 6, the Russian guy, we first saw him in case 1-2 on the boat. Not in person, but his name is what was his name? Villain Bolshevik. He was the Russian revolutionary in that newspaper. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketier. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I've left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Sir! Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the belly trigger. Not a single character that I have seen in this series has had any, thanks a lot, Mr. Shums, any, trigger discipline. Oh dear. Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Okay. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. But before that, I'm going to take a quick drink break. I'm gonna get myself a fresh drink. 1 minute. Shouldn't take me very long. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. I have returned. I decided to be the one to finally drink this can of watermelon flavored margarita. So let's have a look. I really want to know what Old Mate's deal is. Like, whoops, actually. Let's have a look at this gun first. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot's been fired from it.
Not necessarily. Exactly.
The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it?
Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Winterbank's door.
I'll make those brothers pay.
I think back in the days of these sorts of guns, you did not load all 6 cylinders because you wanted an empty cylinder to rest the hammer against to prevent, you know, misfires.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that. I'm terrified. Oh, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. He must have been on his day off the other day. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. No, I'm pretty sure there is a legal distinction between the two. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field
So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Oh, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. No! No! Oh, which one? Oh, shoot. Which one is my... Fuck. Which one's my... Where's my gloom toggle? Where's my gloom toggle? Shit. Didn't mean to put on my sunglasses then. Oh well. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fella's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. Well, what's the negligent... What's the word? Negligent homicide? Negligent manslaughter? Something like that. That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. No, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Well, I'm glad we solved that mystery. So, what are you talking about? The truth will just pop up if we put the photograph in stereo? What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. And by any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Ooh, how'd you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, captivating. It's the height of modernity. Well, the 3DS would like to, never mind. You won't know what that is for another couple 110 years. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Actually. Meow.
Hold it!
Let's just look at everybody else's things. You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're the lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. I bet they're still happening. Luckily, Mr. Shums and I were able to get to the bottom of it all.
I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? So how are those shibari ropes holding up for you? Did you settle on a... Did you settle on a safe word at all? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garrideb house was the talk of the town after that business. The lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a belly soul to take up tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Excuse me? What do you mean? What do you mean she's clapped? Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. But not for us, that's for dashed certain. I suppose not. Which does remind me, I've got some slang to look up, because I'm just like... Because I keep seeing the phrase chopped, and I'm like... Is that like cooked? Or cooking? I know the difference between cooking and cooked. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Oh. Oh yes.
Hold it!
Because he wants to hire a real maid and not just have his wife do it all. Right? I'm sure that's it. Polishing the bench, I see, again.
A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpursers and crossmen. The scum of the earth.
Jeez. A little harsh, perhaps.
Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span, or eradicated.
I think I'd prefer it if they were just clean.
At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rant's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion,
I remember this one.
In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
You don't say. Herlock Sholmes, maid of the capital. Really makes you think, huh? Mr. Sholmes, a maid.
It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
Minor detail, it was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant.
A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Calm down, lady. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway.
Yes, all right, I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Oh, does this change it, actually?
Hold it!
I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But The purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank.
I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir.
Sorry?
Whether it was the thieves or the pick-purse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion.
Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind is not going to be easy.
Bruno, it was one of those two brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it?
Yes, without question.
Well then, I'll never forgive them.
Oh, Iris. Oh, Iris.
Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, don't you think?
Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first. Okay.
Hold it!
Let's listen to Radio Lady. Sorry, radio transmission. What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey.
Oh, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world.
Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You're well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Telegraphy. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And where has that gotten us? To Twitter. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it, I really can't. They're just silly toys. Ooh, here we go.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you.
Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. Come on, prove her wrong. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? Yes.
Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
Absolutely. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Is it this one?
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints?
Of course I can.
Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate.
I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
Wait, sorry? What do you mean, one more print?
Oh dear, oh dear.
Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Bruno? What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You idiot, you dummy. Yep. You know, one for the left eye, one for the right.
Oh, yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbrokery is just a normal photograph.
No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints.
Thanks for the friendly explanation.
Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in trial, we can always show it to this young man then.
I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? All we need is another shot from a slightly different location.
And Mr. Bolshevik.
Mr. Bolshevik, I should say.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary?
Revolutionary?
I believe there is such a rumor.
It's just a rumor.
It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. I look like Kuzan from One Piece. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Oh, I love that the little mouse is reading too.
Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. It will be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? I mean, they're also called the Skulkin brothers. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong, is all I want to say.
They shot a man!
The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. Tell me, Will.
What is it, Bruno?
The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they?
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it?
In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary?
I wish I knew. Back for roughly the next hour. Welcome back, Quimsby.
We're in the middle of summation examination. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over.
But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone.
Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Yes, I remember now. Whoop. I think this is it.
Objection!
There we go. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Oh, good lord. Counsel, explain yourself. Well, one thinks they're guilty and the other thinks they're innocent.
Am I? My statement contradictory?
Contradict. C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. Look, isn't he precious? As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver.
Yes, they shot poor Mr. Shums in the abdomen, I understand.
Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear? Abdomen. A-B-D-E-F-G. Wait, that's not right. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? What? Forgive me, I did not hear. If I did, I probably did not understand. Here is word. Abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. You're getting all this, little mouse? If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I'm Russian, not native speaker.
Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again?
Someone who's in cahoots with somebody. Someone who's got plans. So, what does this pose remind me of? I wish I knew. You are telling me. Wait, I know what it is. It's the SpongeBob meme where he's got his hands together. He's like, "Boy, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They say before we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot detective. This is double negative." Apparently the Russian language doesn't really do double negatives. Yes, that's exactly right. But I don't know enough about Russian to agree or deny that that's the case.
Ah! Squeaky!
Lying is wrong. Especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. But coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe that all was also big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough. I trust no one now. No one but little Mousy. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with all eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. Give me 2 hours, I'll be back. I'm afraid that we're...
Yes, it is, Runo. Easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder.
Ah,
If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey!
oh, whoops.
Cooey! Mr. Prosecutor!
Been a long time since I've last did a cooey like that. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight.
So this was taken after Hurley was shot then? As far as I can tell,
Ooh,
nothing's been taken.
but I did see a difference. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot the man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You're right, I did not understand situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial.
Thanks. Thanks, dude. Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Yay! Well done, Reno. The balance is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we might just turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Waha! We can do the stereoscope thing now. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that.
I wonder.
Just give me 1 minute. In Lake of Lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore I say, not guilty verdict. 1 second. So I'm going to quickly get my lamp in order because it's almost 10:30.
You.
There we go. That should do it. Oops, nope. Wrong way.
Hold it!
Hold it. Can it really show up new clues, though? Don't know unless you try.
How about this print here?
Whoops. How about this print here? This should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright, number 3. Just need a third one. Just one more print and I'll be able to amaze you all.
Take that!
From the post-shoot. Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera in Windy Banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereographic images work? Yes. We know how they work. Just do the thing, please. Do you understand the principle? Please do not bring school into this. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. When your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were depth.
Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important.
So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway.
Oh. Oh! Of course, now I see.
Ah, I think the young girl's discovered the secret.
I have.
Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? It's very distressing.
Have another look at these two pictures from Haley's camera, Runa. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them?
Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second.
Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions.
Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. I can already see two differences that don't even need, like, eye crossing to thing. But I think one of them only... Is it one of them that... One will not be pertinent until, like, way later, I think, in the court case. Court section. Wait.
Did you manage to see it properly, Runa?
Yes, I saw it. Which is to say, I seen it. What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter they sort of jump out at you. Yes. Yes. That's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. The other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Actually, yeah. You can just see, like, the edge of the books where the red is on the corner of the books. You can see it doesn't line up exactly with the little crate on the wall.
Yes, there must have been.
Now, hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does a shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea.
You know, Runo, it's quite simple. simple.
It is?
Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means...
That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Zookas! Someone tampered?
New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. This margarita is quite tangy.
I like it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. Whatever those means. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy lockets is meaning pockets.
Wiki!
But this is another lie. Is this what you were saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly possible she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal.
I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winterbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony.
But the accused is a pick purse. Common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? 'Cause it wouldn't be true. It wouldn't be real justice, would it?
Are you saying I should just sweep the dust under the rug and call it a day? No. Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better. In fact, worse than a pick purse. Believe it or not, there's degrees to badness. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Oh, well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair of pairs. He's got to keep his hands clean.
Can you all see now?
I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Regent Street?
Well, it would seem this trial is yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue.
Yay! Well done! Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Reno. You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but all right. You never know. Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. To be continued. All right. Oops. Turn that off. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna go look and see if there's any biscuits left in the pantry for snack. There was, in fact, 7. Oh ho ho. Seven biscuits. My favorite kind, too. Ginger nut snaps. Well, they're not snaps, they're just ginger nut biscuits. So unfortunately, they are going to be a bit loud. Because they are crunchy. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you'll now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination? Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Mrs. Skulkin?
Cool, blimey!
This is going to be hard work.
Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Winterbanks.
Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was. Didn't have time to pull me dukes out me lockets.
Mm-hmm. However, that was a lie. You brothers...
Core blimey! Core blimey!
the way Yangus says it. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
Well, we never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? Oops, I shouldn't have said that.
You'll now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes through your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Look what you've done. You've made me soil my glove with my own wine glass. And that, gentleman, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again.
Oh, oh.
A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
Say no more, Gov, will you? We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach.
Illegal entry, the whole truth. Nothing but? Question mark?
Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't ruffling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying.
Well, lummy, it didn't after me, if right. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next.
We struck everything back where we found it in Scarpin, straight into him in the black.
We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? Hello? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterbank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no.
Oh, that's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah.
Even I know that's utter bullshit.
Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled upon hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
Well, the way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't you make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Winterbanks last night. That night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, or the ear. I'm sure of it.
What are you looking at me for?
The whole truth. You weren't rifling for nothing, were you?
Hold it!
It means you were rifling for something, if I understand my double negatives. If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place?
Oh, well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good.
Duh.
Well said, Ringo, me old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble.
Now that is also, rhyming slang shortened from China plate, to rhyme with mate. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble.
Oh, well, that's rotten luck.
Says the rotten apple eater. I'm glad they put that little dash in there so you don't mess up your syntax. It's the guy that's rotten, not the apple. God forbid. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
Oh, we never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up.
For fuck's sake. Sorry.
It was when we heard the gunshot made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Is that so? So what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Oh, well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny could have woken up with that bang. Big bruv here screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. You've really mastered working quietly then. With cat-like tread. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into a grave at a clatter like that. So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse and then... oh, and then all of a sudden, bam! Ooh. You're making me want to eat my biscuits, sir.
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
Well, like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
No, something to add about their testimony. You seemed to react to just now what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now.
Did it?
You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot.
Might have, Gav, might have. It does ring a bell now you mention it.
Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
Easy, easy! We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep, it's all coming back to me now.
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs.
Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" You don't say.
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gov, we did. Although I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam! Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed.
a bit curious, isn't it? And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank?
On me granny's life. Of course it was. On his granny's life. Of course it was.
So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice?
Aye. So that would mean what? What? Nash, what? Any ideas?
Yes, Counsel, indeed it would.
No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy club has given us the evil eye?
If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
On me granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be.
It's a good job his granny's dead. Thanks, Ryunosuke. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
You make it sound like we're clumsy. Well, don't forget we tidied up after, like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it,
That was distressing.
the bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
What do you mean?
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct?
Well, that's it, Gov. You've got the picture. He has, Nash, he has, no question.
And yet, the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more?
Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, Counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. Oh, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, Counsel. And heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
Wait, did I get a penalty for that at all? Oops. No. That's fascinating. It didn't give me a penalty for that.
But skulkin's never skulkin'.
Hold it!
How do you... Okay, so I guess we should have asked first how they know he was the one wielding the gun. You're saying Mr. Winterbank had a gun in his hands?
Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." It didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say.
Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required.
Well, I mean...
That's someone being himself, of course.
yeah. Took the words out of my mouth. Good grief. Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Well, that can't be right.
Bet he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun."
And it was directly after those words you heard the gunshot?
It was more or less at the same time, Gaff.
"Give me that gun." Bam!
Oh, no, I remember. Okay, yep, I know. I know what the issue is here. What they're actually expecting me to point out. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed.
Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up.
Well, I'm gonna try it.
Objection!
Aha! I was right. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct?
That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. He has, Nash, he has, no question.
And yet photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description.
Hey? You what? Gordon Bennett! That ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
Yeah, that mole tool, he used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Excuse me?
Oh, that's a very... I don't know if it's the same in any other countries, but I know in Australia, the word mole is, quite derogatory.
Alan, Nix, I accidentally poured salt inside my fuel tank on a drunken dare. What do I do?
Well,
Next time, just ask for truth instead of dare.
Run some water through it? Dissolve the salt that way? Surely that might work.
Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there.
Hey?
If the crime had taken place as you've so colourfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim.
Let's see. Yes.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
That's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah! So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mrs. Skulkins. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin.
Nyaga! Nya, see?
That's a New York cat boy.
But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun?
Something like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash, no.
Order, order, order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once!
Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. Oh, there was a bit of a slowdown on his animation there. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out! If we blood now, you know what he'll do to us.
He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you.
Bruv, come on, the game's up. But you'll have our guts for garters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well... Do we have to? Yes!
On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Encounter with the victim.
Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. Chucked me over the counter.
Oh.
I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop?
Well, yeah. Sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
put on us, Governor, this time. This time, Nash, this time. We ain't got nothing more to hide. Except for whoever he is that you speak of. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. So we just got inside.
Hold it!
Why were you relieved to see the old man? When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought no one was going to come out the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom. Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been.
So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises?
Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Winterbank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Did you see the accused at the time? At that time?
What, the mole tooler? Stop calling her that! Couldn't tell ya. No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yell on the other side of their storeroom door.
Oh, did we?
The truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well,
Yeah. Was the victim Mr. Winterbank wielding a gun at the time?
was he ever? Blimey lummy. Great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with the gun at that time. Is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean, for an old geezer, he was strong as an ox.
Hold it!
Chucked me right over the counter.
Yes, I noticed that you mentioned the counter in the previous testimony too.
Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. Some roast beef, a chicken, a pizza. No, I mean, what did you have for breakfast? Oh, some roast beef and some chicken, a pizza.
That's what that reminded me of.
That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor, what ate the spider that ate the fly that the old lady had. That killed the old lady.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter.
Well, Big Bravia went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. And the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. Ah yes, the silent alarm. Silent alarm activated! That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back on the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Winterbank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door in the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank?
No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bruv, wasn't I? He was being flattened, don't forget.
By a man whose shop was being burgled?
Yes.
And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in.
There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how'd the gun end up in Mr. Winterbank's hands again?
I've no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and me brother here. That's right, Nash, that's right, me and me brother here. We never had nothing to do with killing him.
Okay. Is this it?
Objection!
Well, that wasn't it. Let's just consider the implications. What implications? You're an idiot, Ryunosuke. Pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through the door into the back room.
Hold it!
Oops. What was I doing? Maybe it was the picture. I think that margarita's starting to set in.
Objection!
Oops, that ain't it either. The witness's last statement's clearly at odds with this piece of evidence. Except it's not. I fail to see the connection. Stop panicking.
Hold it!
Alright, let's hold this one. You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all. Nothing, Gav, nothing. The old geezer wet shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Looked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. Ooh.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged? Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah!
It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else, apart from Gina, who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank?
There could have been. I think. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did?
What is your point, my learned friend?
Ooh, is this when we pull out the unknown third party? Fourth party, I guess? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Winterbank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all.
You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be?
Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord.
Are you all right, Bruno?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely.
So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun.
I say here, behind the door.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here.
And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time?
Already inside the room.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom.
Continue.
Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door in the back room. If Mr. Winterbank ran away through the door... Sorry, just scratching something. We have to assume that the door was open at the time.
Ah!
It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom.
Ah! Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of the coroner. Reports that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Unless he was already lying on the floor.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winterbank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But... What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. Who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside? The only other person in it? Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does?
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation...
Sorry, I just, if you look at the word if in the text box, I can see that the serifs are not, like, perfectly lined up. That's interesting. Fascinating.
I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh, yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winterbank were in the storeroom together. Oh my god, I'm seeing more not perfectly aligned things. Maybe I'm just tipsy. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Winterbank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winterbank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
Huh? Oh, I see where you're going with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who'd just murdered Mr. Winterbank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gav, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Oh yeah, we did do that, didn't we?
There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you brothers, had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winterbank's murder.
Nah! Gah! Nah!
Well, where does this leave us?
You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all?
I should have known it was those three brothers. They took Sadie's at dense forest.
That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now.
I know, first time ever. And probably the last.
Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not.
An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zieks? I myself find the defence's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? No, I have not petted a frog lately. That's not what I said, and you know it. The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw.
A fatal flaw?
Do you mean to tell me that you are unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Van Zieks. Might be an idea to explain this badly conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets!
Oh dear. He knows us then.
Oh yeah, that's right. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel!
Yes, sir.
Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime.
2. 2 bullets.
Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. And by the way, I do use the word detective lightly. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. I like that they had 2 different builds of revolver, or designs. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does, a single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend.
Huh?
You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. I think you'll find. Well, if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means...
Winterbank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
Ugh. Dead. Order, order, order!
I better not be too loud.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery.
Lord Van Zeeks.
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present.
That disc!
Well, I'll be taking that down to the yard, thank you very much. It's McGilded's.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine!
Well, I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box discs. That music box discs. God damn it. McGilded's music box disc. I was wondering when I'd mess that one up. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winterbank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her.
Except it kinda did.
And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Hold on there. Good gracious.
So I'm trying to...
My face is itchy.
And every time I go to scratch my face, it messes up with the camera tracker. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crimes she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. As a grim testament to the defendant's
Lord Van Zeeks,
Inspector Gregson? What?
Yes, Inspector.
Oh, we had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
Oh, I suppose I missed that meeting, didn't I?
What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he's said anything to Van Zeeks at all.
I'm unaware of any such meeting.
But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, bailiff.
The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case.
Well, fuck.
I don't believe it.
I had the jury on my side for once for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Reno. It was more like 3.
My lord!
My lord, what? Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Ah, crap, not again. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh no.
Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Oh, we have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Ugh. How dare he use it against us? Ow.
Don't worry, Iris, I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garadeb's squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you'll each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Excuse me.
The jury's contentions.
Just one moment. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. That's just reductive, sir.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
Little mousey.
It would seem there's little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean.
He is.
Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past. That doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter.
Fruity?
Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord.
Let's do this. A battle!
Should figured it all. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder? Is that what you're saying? Well. Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces? The greatest military organization in the world? No. I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Shams did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. Ooh, that reminds me, we've got some caramello bars in the fridge. I should have a couple.
We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I'd say the whole case is done and dusted.
Well, before that...
Blood! Runa, look! Jam! This is blood!
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Haha, then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno. And keep your nostrils closed.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
What color does it make?
Green! A lovely bright shade again.
Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Ha ha ha!
Oh. Fully gilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Reno?
Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name's doing on the back of this disc.
That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Alright, juror number 2, what's your deal?
Hold it!
This time. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlour maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. One or two guests rather like the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
Well, a third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? Let's just leave it for now.
I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt.
And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. That sounds like a crime scene to me.
A third bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it just?
Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere?
No. I bet you it's like Manfred von Karma. It wasn't that he wanted to take it, it's that he couldn't get rid of it. I don't know. What do you say, sir?
Hold it!
So if I've understood correctly, you need two pictures, a left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly! When you can see the scene in 3 dimensions.
Like this?
So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them? Well, I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Well, think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's being mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Oh, well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that there is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Herrlich? No, Herlock? No. Herlock. Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Oh yes, good lord. It was that Herlock fellow. Herlock Sholmes. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? Oh, that's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. You shouldn't be here. Well, let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find a bullet anywhere. Oh? So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fella back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Well, the counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes had hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. Except, I think we should understand that that is not the bullet that hit Mr. Sholmes. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Who do you think I am, son? Well, drawing number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake. Are you saying you checked his back?
Yeah.
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. Well, there you go. I keep preempting the solutions. The answers. Well, that's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in that man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. Where's an expert when you need one?
Hold it!
What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I'm a communications officer, stop. Communications officer. Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable under the sea, stop. Worldwide communication network, stop. Information's transmitted to and from all corners of globe, stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. It's going to be another all-nighter. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I'm ballistics expert.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah? I have lived through many, how you say, extreme, violent bath of, no, blood of,
Extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps.
Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. God damn, Ryunosuke. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please, only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Van Zees has managed to convince everyone.
When you've eliminated the impossible, he said. But he hasn't.
If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. We do.
Where's an expert? There's an expert.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T. I'm getting American actor Brad Pitt. Wait. What? On the night in question, Mr. Shums was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Shums' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Shums was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Valen. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts that's so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? Oh, I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. And no sign of, how you say, exit wound. Then where'd the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why'd you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looked just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. Huh? The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Yeah? Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Bruno,
Right.
where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses for his investigations.
Uh-huh. What? Really? Doctor, where's that pouch Mr. Shums is wearing? Huh? Well, a fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Van Zieks? While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry? My nose is very itchy. Ow.
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Shums injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
You thought you might have left a scalpel inside Mr. Shums earlier. Don't say nothing.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping, along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes's pouch. Oh, I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Right.
Look at that. One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Which it probably did.
Exploded?
So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes's pouch, and it was the glass foil exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case.
Sure it does. Huh?
The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
But at least the mystery's solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
There!
Thank you very much. Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Harry's pouch is not scruffy.
Now, summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion.
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. Let's have a look at it. Ooh, look at that. It's really scorched badly just here.
The strap's broken, look.
This must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
A bullet! We've found the missing bullet! Iris, look! Behind where the broken vial was, do you see it?
That's the Skulkin brothers' bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it hit this pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Winterbanks that night.
We found exactly what the jury was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time to press that juror again, I think. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident.
Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all.
Thanks to that thick leather of the pouch he was wearing, that saved him.
Hurley's always lucky like that.
Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was.
Oh dear, poor Hurley.
Ah, he's fine. Shoot, who was it that wanted the... Was it this guy?
Hold it!
Not that guy, okay.
Who was it? This lady.
Hold it!
The number of bullets has you convinced. I can prove it. I'm glad I held off. Allow me to show you then. The third bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Sorry, my nose is just itchy as hell. Yes, on the night in question in Winterbank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What's this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet?
It was lodged inside Mr. Shums's pouch.
What?
Yeah, that one you've been holding onto this whole time. You didn't look in it? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Shums's waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
What? That makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Shums. Yes, you do.
It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Is it?
Oh,
I should say. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
yes.
That of Mr. Winterbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah! My shoulder! Order, order, order! While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Interesting. Ooh, someone's sweating. And Gregson. Witnesses! Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing in it.
Is it one of yours?
God blimey, Gov. God blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky.
Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's an head scratcher. Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers.
They had a third accomplice. A secret accomplice.
On that night at Winterbank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun. And we've been introduced to a character that owned a gun previously, didn't we, in this episode?
An accomplice, you say? Pig swill.
Huh?
These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure two summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed.
Ugh!
The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character.
The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel.
I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... we got the answers. We got them. Just like that place that's got the meats. The defense is ready.
Yeah. That's right.
I'm just gonna scratch my head for a bit to figure out why my face is so itchy. Because I think it's one of them phantom itches. They're always terrible.
Though it could also be from the fact that I've been sipping on a soda margarita for the past hour and a bit. So, my Nepalese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
Step. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I got stuff in my eye. Ow. It hurts. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it'll make a difference. My eye membrane. It hurts.
In that case, counsel, I'd ask you to present the evidence without delay. The night in question and the moments leading up to the death of the victim. What proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
The portfolio, I hope.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which is it?
Geese.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. It's been dyed. A bloodstain? Green blood. Curious even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
By the great detective. New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop.
I doubt it even has a patent yet.
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood.
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements.
Yes, blood cells, mostly. And plasma. And leukocytes. And plasma.
So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Not for the faint of heart, of course. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Ah, striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? Well, no. It's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Winterbank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood was it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Now, connecting the green blood on the calendar to the blood on the disc that turned green, and we remember that somebody cut his finger on that disc. The man by the alias of Eggert Benedict, age unknown.
Take that!
The man's name is... I can't believe I'm going to say this. He told us it was Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force.
Broker?
Yes, sir?
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you now.
Yes,
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie! What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too. Forgive my slip of the tongue.
Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interests of being thorough, I asked Winterbank for a print shot on the fella. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses.
Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in my life. On me life, Gav, on me life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears eyewitnesses disagree with the assertion. Oh yes. They seem so genuine about it. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice.
Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photographs is the filthy fake criminal you say he is.
This is the last piece of evidence. No, it's not. I've had a feeling that something's been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord.
The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet.
The disc.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Winterbank's. Which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
Yes.
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
Of course, sir. Here's the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
God.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine. Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little... Yeah. You've drawn blood, you filthy animal.
Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Sorry. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a blood stain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analysed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio.
Green. Green.
I say,
It's green.
it's exactly the same colour... Oh wait, whoops. It's exactly the same colour as the blood around the calendar. Had to remember who was jury number 5. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Winterbanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night.
So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. What are you talking about? It's boiling in here.
I just realized the little Ringo Skulkin was standing on a box.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law.
Huh?
Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land? Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color.
Well... The leg!
And pray do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it.
Ugh. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with it.
Mom, I'm hungry.
I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. Hasn't got a name, let alone a patent. But what other choice do I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. Father Christmas! About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. Ah, that's right. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Oh, good grief. Yada yada. What did you just say, young girl?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Reno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source. The author of the Sholmes canon. My goodness. We have a celebrity in the room. It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examen has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd.
Shut up, Van Zieks.
You're not allowed to speak during the summation examination. You know this. Just take a seat in your banana lounge and have some more of your wine. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings on this matter. Oh. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I am sure you'll come to fair and just conclusions. And also Mr. Bolshevik. Now, so then, state your final decisions in time, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Hell yes. 2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Yippee!
Objection!
Get wrecked!
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Zanziks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Ah, my pin! It stabbed my shoulder. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Agate Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something?
Who's this?
Who was that? Please, who spoke just now?
It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector.
Aye, me, ma'am.
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown.
Right, yes. This one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict.
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... You know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What? No. Good gracious! Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Order, order, order! Juror number 5, how on earth?
I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Also, a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop.
Oh my goodness, look at her. She is excited.
A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. What the fuck is his name? He should be in the communications station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop.
This does not seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
I don't know. I think that's actually quite par for the course. I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was off. If the gentleman is at London's communications station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zieks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson.
Yes, my lord?
I should like to hear from you specifically about the events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. To be continued, dear God. It's been 4 hours already.
Part 3. Oh my goodness. I don't know how long this is going to take. I feel like this may take another 4 hours, in which case I should stop. For my own, sense of endurance. My own sanity, even. Seeing as it's now midnight. Ugh. But hey.
Thanks everyone for hanging out in chat. Still not the finale.
Oh my god. I hate how long this goes. That's my one gripe. It feels like I'm playing Turnabout a Flame again, but at least this one has better logic to it.
Anyway, until then,
It'll be the start of a new month. And on Monday I should be back with off, assuming nothing fucks me up again.
until then, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all again sometime. Good night. Yep, 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 yep.